Hello, hello. Welcome. So yesterday we were working on a bit of haunts things. We were trying to get mouse support going. Uh, but we were also looking at this cool project called Tattoy that's gonna have like kind of cool effects in the terminal. I opened a PR about one of their error messages, but the CI doesn't seem to be kind of kick offable by just me. Um, I think today I want to do a little bit of work just to push this PR in. Um, I think I'm just gonna have to ping Tom. He's in my other tab right now to uh, greenlight the workflows and merge it. But I want to see if there's a good way for me to run the workflows so that I don't have to ping every time and ping and hope it works or whatever. And yeah, so I would imagine that's in the GitHub config. Uh, but I'm also going to ask to see if uh, he wants help with that. Uh, we can actually change or update our PR to address this issue. Uh, let's see here. Number 32. Because this is issues 31. And da, da, da. Let's just see if there's other ones too. So yeah, let's go bug Tom. Uh, give you at least. Howdy. Updated my PR. Issue 31. If you don't know Tom BH, he's a cool guy. Check him out. Give him a follow.
Creates.io git path. Yeah, if the shader specifies. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know why that would. Um, how do we? Oh, look. To convert the source to just its version.
We'll just listen in for a bit.
Let's say
But
just its repo option.
screener sees Tattoy
Okay, so
workflows.
let's
So it's when you push to
run
branch,
some
right?
code
I think it's just if I
to
push
say
to
that
my main.
we
So if I git push, push origin
Keystone!
xlogs.
Hey, howdy. I don't want to interrupt too badly, but wanted to give you a heads up that I updated my Tattoy PR. Looks like it should fix issue 31. I was going to look into being able to run your CI tests on my fork. Might just be a problem in my config thing, but would you be interested in PRs needed to support that for others? Oh my god, yeah. Um, Absolutely, yes, thank you. And of course, shout out to fellow streamer. I never caffeine storm. How do you? Yeah, shout out because he's a very lovely streamer. I was watching him yesterday.
Oh, you're too kind.
Wait, I just got to catch up here. Stelly. So with shares
Oh,
parser, you can do run on
hi
change
Stelly.
some file dot
Thanks for the
show.
follow.
Run on change.
Uh,
So it's like a hook. So if some file changes,
let's see here.
run this shell script, and that script will always fire off when that file is changed. Yeah. So what's an example of? That sounds useful, but what's a classic use case of that? Caffeine. You're too kind. Well, we support each other in this rather curious world of streaming software, eh?
I agree.
So let me
Uh,
give
duh,
you a
duh,
heads
duh.
up again, Caffeine Store. Wait, not you're not interrupting. To give you a heads up, that I updated the Tattoy PR32. Looks like it should fix 31. I was going to look into being able to run your CI tests on my fork. Yeah. So being able to run the CI tests on your fork. Yeah. Yeah. That I consider that. I know. I've seen you program now. I know what tests mean to you. So I think and I very much share your TDD approach and your using tests as a way of programming, and it is absolutely something that I want to support in Tattoy is being able to quickly and easily run the full test suite, yet including
Push to main. Did I not push to
the
main from
clone tests
my?
with a single command on all platforms. I consider that not to just be like a bonus, but like that's like it's a bug. If it's, I would consider it a bug if you can't easily run the test suite locally with a single command. So if that's answering your question, Caffeine Storm, um, I was going to look into being able to run your CI tests on my fork. Might just be a problem in my config thing, but would you be interested in PRs needed to support that for others? So if I'm understanding you right, Caffeine Storm, like if you were to be doing that, like making sure that CI tests were easy to run on any system, you'd be, in my mind, you'd be like fixing a bug. It's not just a nice to have thing. Like I would consider that a part of stable software. And if you don't do it, I'll be doing it at some point. And in fact, I'm kind of disappointed that the tests don't just work. But to be fair, I don't I've only ever thought about running them on my machine and other people's machines. Sounds good to me, lol. Hey.
It might just be that I got to push to main, and that will trigger the CI. But
Also shares Stelly also
I'm not
shares
sure
the
I
git add, commit, and push feature, so you can
have
just
convinced
commit
myself it's not running
the
somewhere.
shares one command and it's done. Woohoo!
actions.
Nice. So this example you were giving, so run on change, reload GNOME terminal files. Run on change, reload.
Okay, I got to enable them.
Oh, of course.
Cool.
It's obvious now that you say it, yeah. So, so not only is Chesmois keeping track of your dot files, keeping safe
Now, technically, if somebody pushes to
so you can revert to.
I'm just thinking about security-wise. I don't want to run workflows that I don't trust / have vetted. That's why they disable it by default. Let's see here. Oh, sorry. I should be looking at my chat. Hello, hello, Steel. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, so I think at least for the CI stuff, it strikes me as like kind of to run the workflow automatically if I like merge to main, just because I'm probably not going to review all of the changes to the workflow. If we can make it manual, if I can manually opt in, then I think that would be good. We just have to change the on. What I could do is have like a CI branch that kind of is a patch on, whatever branch you want that tweaks the configs, and we have that patch set things up to be only running things manually. Manually running a workflow. Let's do that. Workflow dispatch. So we go to actions, and then name of the workflow you want to run. All workflows. There are none workflows. And yet, what? Didn't I just turn workflows on? I understand that there's none that have run yet. Oh, okay. So there's a Rust workflow. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Okay. GitHub CI best practice enabling workflows. I think the thing I want is I don't want to break Tom's workflow, his like process. So whenever things push to main on github.com tombh Tattoy, workflow should run. but if we add the ability to trigger manually, I don't think that should break him, and it should allow other people to click buttons for not his main branch. Maybe I'll open an issue.
Also, it's cool that because I have multiple Linux machines, when I change some doc files on my main PC.
Okay. Ooh. So I need to edit this to be what is it, on workflow dispatch, I think. I don't want it. On workflow dispatch. Manually trigger the workflow, yep. Is it as simple as that? I don't know. Let's find out. So checkout and branch CI support manual. Okay, so for running CI when you're not the owner of the repo, don't want to break owner's dev process. Don't want to auto run workflows when not the owner. Want to be able to configure run workflows in forks. For now, manual running ought to be enough. Is there a repo specific? Like we'd want the config to be in source control, but that doesn't mean that there can't be a repo specific thing that like enables that config. So is there a repo specific spot/config that can enable auto run for branch XYZ? And if there isn't, I'm going to submit a feature request to GitHub. So I think the solution to this is mark the important workflows as with on workflow dispatch, and mark the owner's auto run workflows to only run on their repo. I think that's the thing to do. Can we do that? Let's find out. So yes, workflow dispatch. Do you have an example? Yeah. So if I say that, is there a GitHub CI validator? GitHub CI YAML validator. No. CI lint. Okay. They might have moved where to find that slash how to do it. GitHub lint ci.yaml. Super linter? Eh. Let's just try it. It's, you know, it's just a branch for testing and trying things, so let's try it. So the difference here is that we now have a workflow dispatch item. So let's add GitHub workflows CI YAML commit CI support running Rust. Well, yeah, workflow manually. TDD. Sorry, my fingers just remember to tag things with TDD in haunts, but that's not what is normally supported, so I'm not going to bother. All right, so git push origin. Head becomes main. Let's just push it to its own branch, right? And then yeah, look at this. Can we run it manually? Okay, we have a problem here. It's not an object, right? So it's like, let's see if we can edit it. What if it was like workflow dispatch true? Did they put that there? No. That's fine. Do they have a CI YAML reference? GitHub CI YAML schema. Yeah, workflow syntax, good. So on multiple events. Yeah, so it's kind of like that. Okay, let's try that then. Git. Do I have YAML in? Cache search. YAML lint. I'm going to turn off my keystrokes for a moment. Get install the thing. And cool. I wonder, is there a way for me to preview my keystrokes thinger? Maybe, maybe not. YAML lint dot GitHub. Warning. Truth value. Too many spaces inside. What? Oh. It's fine. So I'm going to say that those warnings and stuff already existed before this change anyways, so don't worry about it. Git add GitHub workflow CI YAML commit -m fix for CI fix YAML syntax. And then we're still on this branch, so push origin head. Cool. And then, yeah, leave it. Don't need it. Yes, it did have commits. Yeah, it's broken there, but I pushed again. Please. I don't know what to do to... Okay. And then... So the branch is up to date, but... In the actions... How do I get it to try to look for a new commit? So we can delete that. This workflow does not exist. What is going on? GitHub workflow. CI. Try not to be broken. Yeah, good. I'm trying to think, like, isn't it if you look at the commit itself, how look at commit? This one? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. So this commit, I think this is just like a GitHub is not showing, or GitHub is not realizing to look for, GitHub is not realizing to look at the new commit. Okay. Uh, GitHub. Look for CI YAML changes on GitHub. What is it doing? It's not detecting CI YAML changes. Not detecting workflow changes. Yeah, this. To the main branch. Oh, is it an and? Hey, we got it merged. Okay, so if we're just gonna have to work on my main branch, is what it boils down to. So let's look at this. Git push origin head, make it the main branch, please. Hey, look at that. It's cute. So the next thing to do is restrict this to push to repo, Tom's repo. So this is like webhooks and stuff, or whatever. Workflow syntax. Yeah. On. Yeah. So. What does it say now? On push and on pull request. Yeah. Tags. So if there's a push to main, if there's a push to Mona Octocat or releases whatever, can you include the repo name in the branch selection? It would kind of go against the distributed version control kind of mentality. I guess they don't have. Oh, those are just straight up examples. But what I want is No. Like the whole artifact attestations. You're signing the binaries, I guess. Like, what I want to do. Right, workflows. Choose when. Choose where. If the GitHub repository is that, right? All right, I'm gonna need to take a quick break. But this is good. Um, I'll be back around 10 o'clock. Uh, yeah. See you soon. So we could say this. Yeah. So there should be like a jobs. Yeah. Okay. So build test. Well, hold on. Um, I'm just thinking about like how do I protect myself from somebody maliciously merging to Tom's repository? Um, I think the answer there is to disable workflow actions in my repo, except for manual stuff, right? Like at the end of the day, if I'm not trusting myself to review CI YAML, I don't want it to run automatically. Yes. So I need to disable my actions. GitHub disable workflows. Fork. Setting actions, action permissions. Okay. Settings. Actions. Any action or reusable workflow defined in a repository within Caffeine Storm can be used. Okay. Any action or reusable workflow can be used regardless of who authored it or where it's defined. No. This is a workflow dispatch event trigger, so we can run it. Okay, so I think the idea here is people can enable and disable as they choose. What? No. But why? Hmm. What did I set it to? Let's disable actions. But then we don't get the actions tab. Man. What am I looking for? We kind of want to be in the middle of these. What if we set it to allow these? We get actions. This was blocked because our restrictions were quite restricted. So then it matters about which. Oh, what if we did something where all the actions we use in here are in the repository? So you can set it up with this, or even this. GitHub. Don't auto run actions in fork. Yeah. Yeah. Without altering upstream workflows. But if the workflows are source controlled, yeah. Who's admin? Oh, this guy. Settings, actions. Approval for running fork. Pull request workflows. Only users who have never had a commit or pull request merged into this repository will require approval to run workflows. So people should be able to set this as they see fit. I'm going to say that because I'm paranoid. And I'm going to say this because I'm paranoid. Define whether collaborators can delete or force push set requirements or push. Okay, yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now we could just, in my world, set up a filter list of the things that I'm okay with running. Which is to say, let's allow the ones that are in there. They probably won't change very often, and um, how do we verify them in the GitHub Marketplace? So let's plan this here. So we don't want to break the owner's development process. Yeah, we don't want to auto-run workflows when not the owner, even / especially after get reset hard upstream main. We want to be able to configure and run workflows in the forks. So we'll mark the important workflows with on workflow dispatch in upstream. Mark the owner's auto run workflows to only run in their repo. No. Downstream repos can disable, but for allow listed. In their GitHub settings. Needs to be controlled in GitHub settings. It needs to be controlled external to the contents of the repo. Because to guard against repo hijack. I think that's all we need to do, right? Like, just make it so that there's the button to run it, and then people can configure their GitHub instance how they like. I'm going to configure mine not to auto run. Yeah. If we want to get fancy, we can define workflows in a repo that we trust. Use like the current repo as the org that we trust. But that's like complicated and bad. I can just hit a button in the web UI or type GitHub workflow run. So let's do that. Should this be fix for CI or CI fix in terms of semantic commits? I do visit it often. Conventional commits really is the thing. So it's really like, what's the difference? It's the scope. So it would be fix scope CI. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Filter CI. Others. Oh, okay. So the thing we're gonna do is rebase against main, but git remote add upstream git at github.com .bh Tattoy git. Right, so then if we do like a git rebase interactive to upstream main. Let's squash this one. So I want it to be a do I want it patch, minor, or major? Not major. Minor makes sense. We can now do this. Let's do like a feature for CI. Support running workflow manually. Right? So now we have workflow dispatch. Upstream main to this. Right? The only difference is that we're going to support running REST workflow manually. Let's look at the issues and see if there's add support for running CI in forks. When working on a patch, number 32. I wanted, I didn't realize I wasn't running Clippy in my fork. I ended up having to wait for folks to notice my workflow. When I was working on the patch, it would have been helpful to be running CI on my fork. To be running CI on my fork. That way I wouldn't have to wait for upstream approvers of workflows to realize I made an oopsie. Right? Wouldn't have to wait for upstream approvers of workflows to run. Fork. I found a way to support CI on my fork with how do I say this? We could just add it in the PR, right? Don't worry about that. Just make a PR and talk about it in the PR. Check out main. Merge if only origin main, right? Git fetch and prune. Git branch, delete, fix log path. Okay. Git reset to upstream main. And then git branch git push force with leash, I think. Leash. Force with leash, I believe, is what I care about. Force with leash. Usually git push refuses to update a remote ref that is not an ancestor the local ref used to overwrite it. Good. This option overrides the restriction if the current value of the remote ref is the expected value. Git push fails otherwise. So, yeah. If somebody else built on top of your original history while you were rebasing, they tip the branch at the remote, may advance with their command, and blindly pushing with force will lose their work. That's correct. This option allows you to say, yeah, okay. So make sure I'm in sync before we force push, is what it is. Is force with least the default? Is force with least the default for git push? Shouldn't it be? There's currently no way to configure Git to always use force with least instead of force. As such, the next best available option is, as so often, to create an alias which serves this purpose. Okay. Okay, so not really, but that's fine. We can alias it to git push with least. Push force with least. I might do like a push dash force dash with dash lease and rely on my sorry, doing some modding on my other thing. Okay, yeah, I will create a git config alias with push force with leash. Okay. Okay, so first of all, my bad. We were looking at Hans's to do instead of Tattoy's to do. uh, we fixed it here. Get CI running in a multi-repo, not super trusting world. Um, it's not that I don't trust Tom, it's that I don't trust the world to not attack Tom and win. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody tries to hijack his repo, I don't want their success on that front to lead to owning me as well. So, protect myself from ownage. Now, I think the thing to do is reset my main branch to CI support manual, right? If I push to my main branch, will it run? Probably. If I have it at all enabled, right? Because yeah. I think incumbent on the repo owner, they need to decide their own security stuff. This is just a way that more choices in that respect are able to run workflows. I think it's a good approach. Yeah. So now if we push, okay, yeah. Also, make git alias for push force push force with lease. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, we should close this list item. Okay, so that's cool. cd.files. Git config alias. Push force push with lease, or I think I want it to be that. Push force with lease. Git stat, git gt. So now if I git push force with lease origin, main becomes main. Yeah. Cool. Oh, there's a difference in bash aliases. Yeah. Add batch aliases. I like my lines numbered. I like my lines numbered such that in a way that is pipe friendly. If I remember why I made that change, it's because I want the okay. So back it up. NL. User bin NL. It stands for number lines. So if I echo foo bar baz, pipe it through that, it numbers the lines. Great. But if I want to then further process this output, I gotta like deal with switching out leading spaces and tabs and blah 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 blah. Ugh. So let's just not. Let's make my line numbering helper nice, and then we just change this. So git add, git config, git commit m. Force pushing with lease should be easy. An alias makes it easy. Nice. Okay. Hey, we did it. Alright, now get CI running in a multi-repo, not super trusting world. Did main run? If it did, I need to just be wary that I don't push to main. Some may say don't push to main to begin with. Yeah, I need to change my settings. So, okay, CI did run. General. I need to update this thing. Okay. So let's look at the file and find the things that it references. This one. Maybe we'll do this and just bam. Biggest size, please. Okay. I think Actions checkout is going to be in the verified creators / GitHub. How do you become a verified creator? / maybe not. But we will allow list as needed. So that's GitHub. Run is not the thing. This is a thing. Now these are tags, right? Next test. So this would be a tag. tags. Yes. Next. It would depend on if they keep bumping next test, and it looks like they do. So let's just grab a commit hash and run it at that. I mean, it's kind of paranoid, but it's also probably good practice to be paranoid. And then at v2, because nobody can change that. No matter how much ownage happens. I mean, unless somebody breaks Shaw, but we got more problems than that if we break Shaw. I was looking for which version to use. At v2, you say. Now that's going to Shaws are allowed. Yay. So org/repo. Good. I might include this as like a little snippet in my PR, just to give people a leg up on it. But I like it. Okay, I like it. Save. Now, will they know to basically resolve that tag to that commit? I'm hoping you do it there, Mr. GitHub. Alright, I'm gonna need some coffee. Be right back. We're out of coffee already. My goodness. Okay, so this said none because it's trying to use those. How do we... Hmm. I guess in our notes here. I mean, it's kind of nitpicky, but it's also something that I can really see as, like, if I was an attacker, this is how I could own people. Is there a way for upstream config to reference tags, branches, refs, while downstream repos pin the SHAs? Getting failure for just using the matching SHA right now. I think maybe, and even then, like, if I recommend upstream to not depend on tag name or branch name, but on SHA, like, one of the advantages depending on the branch name or the tag name is that if that action repository fixes a security bug, you want that patch. And you're not going to get that if you have a mere hash. We might just need to be okay with the downstream actions or upstream actions. I'm sure I'm not the first person to deal with this. Securely use upstream GitHub workflows and actions. Just workflows. Code owners to monitor changes. The individual jobs in a workflow can interact with and compromise other jobs. For example, a job creating the environment variables used by a later job, writing files to a shared directory that a later job processes, or even more directly interacting with the doctor's documents, affecting running context. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Can be very significant. Yep. 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 Yes. Yep. That's what I'm saying. only if you trust the creator. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so GitHub knows. um, You can use the security log to monitor activity for your user account and the audit log to monitor activity in your organization. Security and audit log records. Pardon me, not records, but records the type of action. Yeah. Audit log to track events. Okay. I gotta go get some tea. Be right back. gonna take a look at these tabs and then what is this? Potential impact of a compromised runner. Yeah, you're owned. No? Oh. Cross-repository access is what I cared about, actually. Oh, we saw this. Okay, dependent bot. There's a difference between a workflow and an action. Actions are the components in a workflow, in the workflow job. Yeah. Workflow runs, triggered by dependent pull requests, run as if they are from a forked repository and therefore use a read-only GitHub token. These workflow runs cannot access any secrets. For information, should I just keep this workflow? Okay. So dependent won't own you. Set the directory to / to check for workflow files in GitHub workflows. What? Sorry, I'm reading but not absorbing. If you enable dependent security updates, dependent alert raised for vulnerabilities. Has the dependency graph your repository dependent tries to fix it. Okay. Signs its own commits by default, even if commit signing is not a requirement for the repository. Yep. Every opener. Security updates. Disable and create an auto triage rule. Ooh. Even if it means updating the parent dependency or dependencies? So if I depend on A that depends on B, it'll raise a pull request to update B, even if it means updating A or C or removing. Okay. Yeah. Can enable a related feature depend on version updates. This is supposed to update the manifest the latest version of. Isn't this just dependabot? You can enable a related feature, dependabot version updates. The manifest to the latest version. What? Okay. Auto triage rules. See, dependency bot or dependabot is like a big can of worms. But it would be a way to handle pinning versions of actions. So what I'm going to do is go to actions, allow at next test, and allow at v2. The reason being I want to verify I can run these actions sometimes. oops, I gave v2 to Taiki and next test to Swatnam. That's not what we want. So that seems to be going. Um, I'm trying to decide if I'm being paranoid or just thorough, and how to present my findings. What I'm gonna do, I think, regardless of how I configure my repo, adding the manual run is safe. The only way for someone to trigger the manual run is to already own their GitHub identity. So if they can, then they're already done. So I'm thinking we submit the PR and mention in it that for those who want to harden their own repo, they can do things, and that to support that better, we can do Dependabot, but that's not my call. That would be Tom's call. It's kind of confusing because my name is also Tom, but yeah, when I say Tom, it means Tom BH. I did a bit of looking around at GitHub Actions and how to use them effectively, safely. I'm still learning, but here's what I found. Workflows are disabled by default when you fork a repo. So, for example, someone forking TomBH Tattoy has to manually enable actions. We'll only be able to run CI things if they manually enable actions in their GitHub fork. For a fork to run CI, the owner of the fork has to enable actions explicitly. As far as I can tell, this is a good security feature of GitHub. Okay. Actions and workflows run with the identity slash with the, let's call it the privileges. How spell? Privileges of the user, or sometimes organization. Well, of the owner of the repo. Actions and workflow run with the privileges of the owner of the repo. Workflows are, well, actions really. Actions are disabled by default when you fork a repo on GitHub. This means a fork can run the CI jobs but can be enabled manually. Clicking around some web UI. Okay. As far as I can tell, this is a good security for GitHub. We wouldn't want to accidentally run semi-privileged. We wouldn't want to accidentally run privileged jobs willy-nilly. This PR makes it easier for forks of Tom BH Tattoy to run CI jobs in their repo. there. Repo. Um, um, I'm trying to kind of collect my thoughts too. I might just talk to him. But yeah, this PR makes it easier for forks of Tattoy to run CI jobs. In their fork. People to run CI jobs in fork of Tattoy. There's a summary of what I found. Actions and workflows run with the privileges of the owner of the repo. For forks, this means the for a fork like Caffeine Storm Tattoy, that means for a fork, the owner is the owner of the fork, not the upstream repo. A fork is considered a separate repo, so jobs run in forks run with the forkers privileges. Actions are disabled by default in a fork on GitHub, but can be enabled by the owner of the fork. Enabled manually by the owner of the fork. As far as I can tell, this is a good security feature of GitHub. We wouldn't want to accidentally run privileged jobs when forking. Yes. We got Markdown, right? privileges. Okay, actions are disabled. By default. Actions and workflows. Well, workflows. Are disabled by default in a fork. When forking on GitHub. We wouldn't want to accidentally run privileged jobs. Forking. This might not belong in a PR comment, but I want to basically broach the subject of you don't pin your actions. That's kind of more risky, but not unreasonable. You can pin your action versions if you're worried about updating them. Then Dependabot supports it. Yeah. Maybe I'll cut that out and put it in here. Workflows and actions run with the privileges of the owner repo. A fork is considered a separate repo, so jobs and forks run with the forker's privileges. Workflows and actions are disabled by default when forking on GitHub, but can be enabled manually by the owner of the fork. They need to click around in some web UI. As far as I can tell, this is a good security feature of GitHub. We wouldn't want to accidentally run privileged jobs when forking. The best practice is to pin the version of third-party actions that are reused using tags like Tattoy does now is considered okay-ish. but not. It's considered acceptable. Is common, but not the most secure. Imagine upstream action repository is compromised. An attacker can move what ref the tag is pointing at. Pinning to a hash makes it the upside is that fixes security fixes and other improvements. The upside of tagging, of using tags, is that security fixes and other improvements made upstream will get used automagically. Pinning to a hash makes it harder to pinning to a hash protects against upstream compromise, but makes it harder to get legitimate fixes automatically. There is dependabot support for auto-opening PRs to update action. Refs. Action. To update the pinned hash of actions. There's dependabot support for creating PRs. This should mean fixes propagate as those PRs are approved. Without having to keep manual tabs on upstream action repos. This is like a blog post almost. Not approved, but merged. Keep an eye. there is GitHub config per repo to allow list, well, to control which action repos and hashes are allowed to run. IMO, there's a bug where the hash of where allowing a given hash is not sufficient to allow a tag that points at that hash. If that were fixed, forks could resolve the tags. Hashes. If that were fixed, forks could resolve the tags hashes as needed and make decisions about when, if an update is okay. Would be lovely to have Dependabot support for surfacing necessary hash changes. I've not seen Dependabot to GitHub settings. That's the thing. What we should do is have your GitHub settings be controlled in GitHub. Oh, we got a few lurkers in here. I'm not gonna out you, but feel free to say hi or ask questions. Right now, I'm kind of looking at GitHub Actions and how we can run the actions that upstream repositories are defining without kind of opening oneself up to ownage. I think what I need to do is talk with somebody who works at GitHub to be like, this is a thing, you should do it. But for now, they'll have to enable actions in their fork manually, but once they do, they can run jobs. A user they'll have to enable actions in their fork manually, but once they do, pushing to main their fork will run CI as it would in the upstream repo. There's a bunch of details about how that may or may not be okay, depending on the forker's security tolerance / posture. But this change will there will this PR makes it easier for people to run CI jobs in a fork of Tattoy by marking the CI jobs as let people run this manually. They'll have to enable actions in their fork. They'll have to explicitly enable actions in their fork before the button will show up for them. But once they do, they can run the jobs manually. They'll have to explicitly enable actions in their fork before the button will show up for them. After that, they can still control what runs when with more repo-specific GitHub settings. The docs are pretty good about what can't be done and how to go about doing it. What runs and when it will run with some more this PR makes it easier for people to run CI jobs by marking these CI jobs as let people run this manually. They'll have to explicitly enable actions in their fork before the button will show up for them. After that, they still have control over what runs in their fork. With some more repo-specific GitHub settings. Docs are pretty good about what can't be done and how to go about doing it. Not for this PR, but the docs did recommend, let's quote it or link it. the docs did recommend using third-party actions by hash instead of by tag, with the caveat that updating becomes more involved. With the caveat that updating is then like updating action versions is the responsibility of isn't so auto magic anymore, though Dependabot can help with it. It does mean that updating action versions isn't so automagic anymore, though Dependabot can help with that. I'll leave it to Tom to decide if they want to pin by hash or not. Actually, I'm going to add documentation to this file that note for those who fork, you will have to click around in GitHub Actions before things run, but yeah. Is that something we want to do? Maybe, maybe not. Yes, we do want to do that. Okay. It's where people will have to look to know, and then note when forking. Actions will be disabled by default. Please GitHub Actions disabled by default in fork. Controlling changes from forks to workflows in public. What? That's not it. So no, they can be no when forking on GitHub, actions will be disabled by default. They can be re-enabled through the. I don't want to reference like the UI because if the UI changes. No, when forking on GitHub, actions are disabled by default. They can be manually re-enabled through allowed through the website. The jobs won't run when pushing to the fork, and there won't be a button to run the job. Manually yet. Let's call it workflows. Workflows are disabled by default. The jobs won't run when pushing to the fork, and there won't be a button to run manually yet. Actions can be workflows can be opted into through the website. To run jobs as specified here, as controlled here. Note, when forking on GitHub, workflows are disabled by default. The jobs won't run when pushing to the fork, and there won't be a button to run anything manually. Workflows can, however, be opted users can, however, opt back into running these workflows through the website. jobs will, in that case, run as specified here. Does that make sense? Users can, however, opt back into running these workflows. Users can, through the website, opt back into running these workflows. We are totally like overkilling this, but I want to do it right. No, when forking on GitHub, workflows are disabled by default. The jobs won't run when pushing to the fork, and there won't be a button to run anything manually. Users can, through the website, opt back in re-enable these workflows to run as specified here. Yeah. That's better. Owners of the fork can. Owners of the fork can, through the website, re-enable these workflows to run as specified here. Yeah. Documentation. All right. Docs. Explain how to run CI in a fork. Origin is mine. Yeah. Huh? What is going on? Git push, head to main, and head to CI support manual. Oh, yeah, okay. Git push push force with lease origin head becomes CI support manual. Yeah. Okay. It's because CI support manual didn't get rebased yet. That's all. Okay, we learned a lot about stuff. So, yay. It's beautiful. This PR makes it easier if people run a job in CI. Now, does this... Yeah, okay. We got both commits now. People run jobs at CI. I've already asked people run this manually. They'll have to explicitly enable actions in their fork before their button will show up for them. So I made reference to that in a comment. After that, they still have control over what happens. The docs are pretty good about what can't be done. Not for this PR, but the docs did recommend using third-party actions, referring to third-party actions by hash instead of by tag. Doesn't mean that updating action merge isn't so auto-magic anymore, though Dependabot can help with it. I'll leave it to Tom BH to decide if they want to pin by, if they want to pin hashes or not. Can I not do that? Oh, it needs a title. Feature for CI support running Rust workflow manually. Nice. Some of my commits have already been merged in this repo, so they're gonna run on his thinger, but that's okay. Is Tom live? Yes, he is.
Another day, another PR for Tattoy. Support running. Let's have a look at this. This PR makes it easier for people to run CI jobs in a fork of Tom BH Tattoy by marking the CI jobs as let people run this manually. They'll have to explicitly enable actions in their fork before the button will show up for them, so I made reference to that in the comment. After that, they still have control over what runs in their fork with some more repo-specific GitHub settings. The docs are pretty good about what can't be done and how to go about doing it. Not for this PR, but the docs did recommend referring to third-party actions by hash instead of by tag. It does mean that updating action versions isn't so automagic anymore, though Dependabot can help with that. I'll leave it to Tom BH to decide if they want to pin hashes or not. What is this magic? Is that it? No, when forking on GitHub, workflows are disabled by default. The jobs won't run when pushing into the fork, and there won't be a button to run anything manually. Owners of the fork can, through the website, re-enable these workflows to run as specified here. Well, you just do, that's all we do. Let me know what you think. Oh, let me know what you think. I got you, yeah. You're NT for lazy vim, it's mapped to leader CD. This is the open float thing. So it's already there then, what you're saying. You didn't have to do anything. Spam text messages. ITIF, I don't know what that means. So that's workflow dispatch, and that's that. So what you're saying is, well, CD is still ad hoc. How do you mean? Let's read these pin actions to full length comment char using OpenID. I think it's fantastic. Right. Did recommend, no, for this PR, not for this PR, but the docs did recommend referring to third-party actions by hash instead of by tag. It does mean that updating action versions is... Oh, so that's a separate issue. Using third-party actions. Security hardening. I know exactly what you mean by that. Yeah. So, for example, well, it's not in there, but here. So Rust cache, for example, at VT, it'd be better to actually refer to that by hash rather than version for security reasons. Yeah, I'm a big fan of being as explicit as possible. Yeah. Yeah, because it's security and it's reproducibility, idempotency. Nothing's gonna. Well, it actually happens quite often with the Rust lint stuff because, like Rust, have I done it here? How do I install Rust here? Let me see. Rust up, toolchain install Rust version. What's this? 1.85. I've done it here. Yeah, I pinned to a particular Rust version. Because otherwise you get you can suddenly get bitten by new clippy, because clippy changes what it considers warnings and so on. So I pinned there to a specific version. So yeah, I should be pinning to, let's have a look. Like the actual SHA of the GitHub repo where it is. Wait a minute, but I don't understand this. I don't fully understand yet. This PR makes it easier for people to run CI jobs in a fork by marking the CI jobs as let people run this manually. They'll have to explicitly enable actions in their fork before the button will show up for them. So I made a reference to that in a comment. Oh, after that, they still have control over what runs in their fork with some more repo-specific GitHub settings. The docs are pretty good about what can't be done. I never knew about this. Note, when forking on GitHub, workflows are disabled by default. The jobs won't run when pushing to the fork, and there won't be a button to run anything manually. Owners of the fork can, through their website, re-enable these workflows to run as specified here. And that's what workflow dispatch does. Got you. I like that. I really like that. I would also like to be able, I'm curious about GitHub allow contributors to run allow contributors to run actions. Like, can an individual contributor be allowed to, without making them, like a admin of get to file a bug with GitHub now, with GitHub themselves,
Yeah.
GitHub with a capital G, I allow list actions by hash in my fork settings, but it doesn't count as allowed if the ci.yaml names it by tag. I allow list actions by hash in my fork settings, but it doesn't count as allowed if the ci.yaml names it by tag. So it can't figure out the hash. So where are these settings? This is all quite new to me, I must say. So like I don't want to run actions by tag, so I resolve the tag manually, but the workflow run is blocked. But there's another reason why the workflow run is blocked. I think the main reason that the workflow run is automatically blocked for me, for new contributors, is that if it's a new contributor, you don't know. I might have some private settings, some secrets in GitHub. And who's to stop somebody just making a pull request that sends an email that runs the.
I understand because there's a separate setting per repo.
That runs some random script and just emails the secrets once the workflow's been running. That's the reason for disabling workflow runs on the repo itself, right? But running the workflow locally in your fork, of course, is fine because there's no access there to any not that I have any secrets in Tattoy, but that's the general idea, isn't it? If I understand correctly, there's a separate setting per repo about whose PRs will be allowed to run actions. Yeah, so I want to enable that for you. I don't know if you can do that though without making somebody a collaborator or something. Allow actions from reusable workflows. Disable action. Allow TomBH action. Allow TomBH and select non-TomBH actions. Any action or reusable workflow that matches the specified criteria plus those defining the repository within TomBH. That could be it, couldn't it? Approval for running fork pull requests from contributors. Require approval for first. That's the thing, you see, for first-time contributors. Why do I have to do that afterwards? Require approval for first-time contributors who are new to GitHub. What? Oh, require approval for all external contributors. See, I feel like that is like Caffeine Storm is not a first-time contributor anymore. You're a second-timer. You're rising up in the ranks. Exactly. It looks like it's allowed for folks who have merged commits, which I do now. Exactly. The CI ran for my. Oh, it did. Oh, it did. But I assumed that it ran for you because of this workflow dispatch thing. But of course, the workflow dispatch thing runs on your end, on your fork, but doesn't necessarily mean that it reports the result of that. So if the proof of the pudding, we'll be looking at the actions here. Caffeine Storm. No, that's the name of the branch. That doesn't. Yeah, so it ran on my. So in theory, if I did have any secrets, which I don't, but in theory, if I had any secrets, you could have run some nefarious script to empty my bank account or something. But you didn't. Thank you for that. So if I'm understanding correctly, this workflow dispatch is that should almost be default because that's what allows you or anybody, regardless of their status in this repo, to at the very least be able to run the GitHub Actions on their repo. dispatch did run on your end. The change in this PR only gives a button to run this workflow manually when looking at the actions in their repo. Got it. The run manually button doesn't show up unless we on workflow dispatch, which you've just done in the PR. Caffeine Storm, I feel like I spent the morning learning all the actions workflow things just to be able to turn a button on. Ah, I know the feeling. I'm just going to merge this because this is no-brainer, I feel like. I mean, maybe that comment could be above the workflow dispatch, but I think that's good. Shall I merge then? Approve, yeah? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Rebase and merge. So I just would like to also look at, you don't mention this, do you? It's just in the comments that you mentioned this, but you can pin you're saying that you can pin specific read repository content. Yeah. You can pin allow actions in reusable workflows. You can. So what's this? I'm going to reread it. It's a bit weird seeing a big picture. No, it was in the. Yeah, it was in the comment. If you change action permissions, yeah, you get a new text box for listing the actions you're okay with. If you change action permissions, allow Tombier actions and reusable workflows. So I think it's this one. Oh, allow actions created by GitHub, allow actions. Allow specified actions. Oh, I like it. I like that. That totally makes sense. Ah, Caffeine Storm, that's really great. Oh, I didn't know because that's a really nice little feature. It plays really nice with this first time contributors one. Oh, does it though? Because there's still nothing stopping somebody changing ci.yaml to like email a secret. Right? How do you see what I mean? People can send PRs that you should not approve CI for. Yeah, but only for first-time contributors, right? Unless I change it to require approval for all external contributors, right? But now that I trust you, but what's to stop somebody nefariously going, oh, I'll send a really nice first PR, but I'll just wait for that cheeky second PR, because once I've got permission to automatically run workflows on this repo, and then I'll automatically send my second PR, which will, like they did with OpenSSH, was it? Or zlib? Is that what happened?
There's a guy that contributed to one of projects for like 2 years. Then successfully landed a backdoor that was only discovered much later.
Yeah, exactly. Building up confidence, like playing the long game. Then, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Then successfully landed a backdoor that was only discovered much later. I remember that story. That was from like a year ago or something,
Yeah.
wasn't it? I remember that.
Yeah. Anyways.
No-brainer here. Allow actions, yeah. So that's worth bearing in mind, isn't it? That you're not just approving. When you approve a PR, you're not just approving that PR. You're saying that this person can automatically run PRs in the future. I mean that's fine. In my case, that's totally fine because I'm not doing anything. Even for like just a doc change. How do you mean? Require approval even for a doc change. That becomes really boring, doesn't it? Yeah, if they change a man page to fix a typo, let's say they've authored a comment. There is oh, I see what you mean. So see, well, exactly. It seems a bit weird, doesn't it, that you have all these fancy security settings, but I guess the idea is that, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, you just have to require approval for all external contributors. I mean, if you start doing sensitive stuff, then yeah, that's the idea, isn't it? I feel so you're actually pinning, but I feel like this is enough to just trust GitHub and verified creators. But wait a minute, we got to keep this in perspective. This is just Tattoy, right? This is, well, I'm not saying this is my career. So I mean, there have been plenty of times. Well, I mean, I manage, like, I get paid to maintain other repos. So this is the reason I'm so interested in that is for other circumstances. But I'm just wondering, in this case with Tattoy, there's nothing. The worst that could happen in Tattoy's case is that somebody writes a backdoor that gets into the final binary itself, and I'm pretty sure that I'd be able to detect that in a PR. You'd require it for all externals, yeah, that's what you do. I'm with you 100%. Decisions need to be made with the right risk tolerance in mind. Exactly, yeah. So I feel like for now, and Tattoy, seeing as there's absolutely no sensitive, yeah, I still want to first-time contributors, just give them the sort of the once over, like, and so I think. I'd want to have that set when we start putting the cargo, when it gets officially published for the first time on cargo. I feel like that should be set, because you could have people coming in, and even if I could be asleep, right, and that they send a PR that's got the cargo deploy keys, and then overnight deployed a version of Tattoy, and then people are like, oh, there's a new version of Tattoy. Like, I'm in Argentina and they're in Japan or something, and then they download it and installs a backdoor. So yeah, I feel like that should be set once Tattoy goes live. If I understand understand correctly, you can't allow just randos to run things on any old PR, lest people patch the CI in their initial PR that does the bad stuff. Yeah, but isn't that just what this first-time contributor is? That's saying randos. First-time contributor is another way. It's the GitHub language for some rando, right? I prefer that language. Require approval for some rando. Yeah. And then once some rando has made their first contribution, I feel in this case with Tattoy being in early beta that this is fine. This setting. Yeah, I'm just noticing there's no button for let anyone run things on my behalf. Good on you, GitHub. I'm noticing there's no button for let anyone run things on my behalf. I mean, you get quite close to it with this. Require approval for first-time contributors who are new to GitHub. Like, that's the lowest setting, isn't it? A rando. Because that could be someone... this is fun to listen to. Also, thanks Caffeine Storm for also writing the PR. Yeah. Yeah, and thinking about all of this stuff. Yeah. I mean, because it's a really important topic to open source as a whole. Right, yeah, Caffeine Storm. There's no button that's like a blanket, just let anything in at any time for any reason. The lowest setting that I can see is require approval for first-time contributors who are new to GitHub. But even that's like... that probably gets rid of like 90% of the nefarious, because to not be new to GitHub is probably a fairly involved process, I would suspect. But I have learned something here, and I kind of feel like that this should be the default from GitHub. Require approval from all external contributors. And I think in this case with Tattoy, this is fine. Require approval for first-time contributors. That's like, I really want Caffeine Storm to just feel like he's at home. Like, I appreciate his PRs, and I want him to see that his work immediately gets run on the workflows. Like, I want to know that his... Like, because if your CI run doesn't even get run, you feel like, oh, I've got to wait for CI to run, let alone waiting for a review. It's like... But as soon as there's anything sensitive, I need to remember to set this. As soon as we start publishing to Cargo, for example, I need to... So that's a lesson that I think remember set require approval for all external contributors in CI as soon as we start using credentials e.g. when we automate publishing. Sorry, I took that for granted that you understood that I was planning on automating publishing. Like, I think that's a really nice sort of, reducing the barrier to publishing a new version. I think is good. Yeah. better to manually reduce the permissions. That you see what I'm saying, don't you?
Yeah.
Waiting for CI, waiting for review, waiting for approval, just to run CI. Oh, sorry. You've made a sort of tier list. Have you? Is that waiting for CI is less painful than waiting for review, which is less painful than waiting for approval just to run CI? Is that what you mean, or is that a timeline of things? Exactly. Which one? Sorry, the tier list. It's the tier list, yeah. In terms of like balancing the um, balancing the community, I suppose. Balancing, you want to make people feel, really want to make
Mm-hmm.
people feel like, yeah, we appreciate contributions. Balancing
Yeah.
that with, we also don't want anybody to um, um, add a keylogger.
Yeah.
You don't want keyloggers in your code. Well, that's not a good example, is it? Because this is just about automating.
Yeah. No, he gets it.
Automating workflows, which is quite a different thing from backdoors in final binaries, because there's a much lengthier review process to getting code into an actual published binary. So, yeah, waiting for continuous integration. That's something that we all, even if we're just working in a private repo and it's just us, yeah, that's a bit of a sticking point, isn't it? When your CI takes 15 minutes, which I have seen before, that can be annoying. But at least we're 100% secure. And then waiting for review is also something that can happen internally within a team at work, and it's a private repo, and you are 100% sure that some rando doesn't even know that the repo exists, let alone being able to push code to it. But waiting review still is another, like, you're at work and your teammate, who's probably even junior to you, but nevertheless you've set it up so that you have to get a review
Sorry,
from
I gotta
someone, even
take a break. Be right back.
it's good practice, right? It's still good practice. Just having another set of eyes on your code is important. But nevertheless, that can take 24 hours, 48 hours. You have to nudge them. You're like, oh, hey, did you see my PR, by the way? And it's just like a whole thing. Um, but still, it's preferable to waiting for approval just to run CI. Exactly. Um, at least if you're waiting for review, I mean, that's the whole. If you're working on an internal team on a private repo, you might be waiting for a review, but but at least you're getting your lints run, you're getting your tests run, and there's so much stuff that can be done and fixed before you even request a review. So true, 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 true. Caffeine storm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, I've upped my game. I've upped my GitHub game here. Um, I thought I consider myself pretty proficient at GitHub, so that's that. I'm glad for that. Thank you. Wait, I still want to think a little bit about these pinned actions, which I also really like. But Nixus Prime is saying, just joined while I wait for my 30-minute pipeline. Came here to escape the madness. And here we are talking about pipelines. Oof, that's quite a pipeline, 30 minutes. And I bet you've already got some parallelism running. A pipeline is only as quick as its slowest job. That's what my great-great-grandfather used to say. tests on iOS, there are things that do that. You don't actually have to have a real device, right, to run end-to-end tests on iOS.
Probably need like Apple licenses and stuff. But anyways.
So this this pinning thing here. When would I want to do that? In this case, in this case, I really like this. Just allow actions from GitHub. I've got to trust them. I mean, if you can't trust them,
It's Friday, right?
bets are off anyway.
Yeah, it's Friday.
Actions by verified creators, which is also kind of like trusting GitHub. And if we're not trusting GitHub, then again, all bets are off. But going one step further and pinning, enter a command separated list of actions. I'm a bit confused about this because not confused, but I mean, what this would be used for then? Because if I'm already no, that's not true. It's not fair, is it? Because even when you trust GitHub and verified create, this to me is super sensitive. Like you have really high. I don't think you would probably I don't think Tattoy will ever want this. I think for an internal organization that has super critical requirements, I don't think this would ever be needed. Like in Tattoy's case, I don't feel like the reason being is that the primary attack vector is this thing. Is a second time contributor, which I'm not going to allow once we have sensitive credentials in Tattoy.
It only allow actions and workflows that are in the first party repo. Clone the action, clone fork the actions. Third party.
Really pedantic. Because what am I going to do? Like, I've set this approval for all external contributors, right? And someone comes along and they say that they want to update one of the actions. I'm going to check out that version myself before I don't see what that would do in that case. If I've set this, I don't see what this is gaining me by pinning to... Oh, Caffeine Storm, you're heading out. Yeah, happy Friday, everyone. Yeah, weekend. It all goes in the magic pipeline, says Nix's Prime. Who knows? Caffeine Storm. Just this, then I'm gone, I swear. For internal orgs, I'd only allow actions and workflows that are in the first-party repo. Right, yeah. Clone fork the actions that are third-party. Yeah, Caffeine Storm. You're bang on there. Yeah, that's fair.
Anywho.
Absolutely the thing to do, isn't it?
I was thinking about it all morning, so. But yeah.
There's no doubts then. Exactly. Just go all the way in and just vendor everything.
Yeah.
No reason to leave any room for doubt. Yeah.
Anyways, bye-bye, Tom. We'll see you later. Yeah, back to haunts. Let's get some mouse stuff going. Okay, let's exit out of there. Go back to Hauntsy Haunts. To-dos. That's done. So that's cool. And then yeah, we need mouse support. So like let's test that. Or let's use TGD to do that. yeah, we kind of started writing a pretty high level test here, and we kind of balked at it. We were working on just making sure the plumbing is there for X's and Y's. Yeah. And they didn't have a mouse device? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, when we get an int coming back from the C++, we should probably vet it, right? That's what glop device to gen device does. We just don't support a controller right now, right? So if they pass in something we expect, we return kind of that well-typed enum. Otherwise, we freak out. And I think that's very good to do. We do need to inspect the indexer device. And so we inspect the indexer device. That's it, two done. So the key ID becomes use whatever type. Oh yeah, this was a C short, and so casting it to int is for this. We could just take like a C dot short, right? Because why not? It's all bits. So now this OS event will have this. So yeah, I think the X and the Y you get from the X server is like screen based, right? So it's like I'm so far away from the top left of my screen, but you really want it to be within, like, with respect to the window that we've got, and so clock get window dims. Clock get window dims. I mean, it's kind of expensive. Yeah. Yep. Like right now I'm thinking performance. We're getting window dims, right? And then we're doing it a bunch of times. Because this will happen for each event. And we're not getting the window dims as of the event. We're getting the window dims as of right now. So, you know, as someone's resizing, it might be janked. But let's not worry too much about it. Oh yeah, we were working on getting compile commands going. Let's get rid of Linux compile commands. And we do have a Linux test now, don't we? I was gonna test this like glop event. Glop to Jin is what I really wanted to test, right? If I had like a well, yeah, I wanted to test this, but because this is a C struct, I don't get to. Namely, you can't use Seago things in your test. Maybe this is a glop native event, right? Yeah, native key event, maybe. Yep. So that's cool, but if I say that the cursor X is 42 and the cursor Y is 1776, no, 1812. Go Canada. Unused right. Oh, okay. So then Jin event is, linux.glop to Jin, fake Linux, and address of EVT. Fake Linux is mock system object. Returns a system OS. Yeah. No, we need to return a real Linux.system. We need to return a Linux.system object. Interface. Well, I mean, we need a we took a Linux system object, but we could use instead the interface, which I think we should, so that I can pass in a fake Linux implementation. Question is, where is that interface defined? It's in system? Yeah. So this is a system .os. We might have to do our own interface type. Raw cursor to window coords. That's a mouthful, but it really is just the thing we needed to do. Now it takes an int, pardon me, it takes an x and a y, which are both ints. We don't want to take a system OS, we want to take a raw cursor to window coords or and then you need to get exported raw cursor to window chords. Now we're not done this. What we'll do is not a mock system object, but a mock coordinator. It's a Linux.raw chords to window coordinator. Type mock. It's a struct. Return a new mock and a pointer to a mock. Can raw cursor to window chords given an x and a y, which are ints, and it returns int. Return 1 2. Me interface ain't right. There we go. There's this weird thing about mocking in Golang that I'm not sure I like. But I think it's, if you're going to end up making your thing mockable or like dependency injectable, it's advantageous to really decouple from what is actually going to get passed in and define an interface solely for this function, which, coming from a C++ Java background of you need to declare your interfaces up front, is kind of like, dear God, no, don't do it. But coming from a place of Golang, it's like, it'll compile if you are passing in the right thing, and you don't have to pass in a thing that can do all of the things. You just need to pass in a thing that can do the thing. So I think it's just a case of I have to get over my preconceived notions about what an interface is. This is a mock coordinator. Now, hold on a second. Does that mean we change this one too? Native key event. I think so. And then we just, pointer to a native key event of this. Because why not? maybe this can be written better, but I'm not going to do it right now. I'm looking at this chunk iteration stuff. I wrote it, but I'm not going to say that everything I write is perfect, because it ain't. Make sure that events are given for timestamp. Yeah, use a monotonic clock for the timestamps. Oh man, yeah. If you don't know, monotonic clocks are your friend. Because real clocks are crazy. They don't make any sense. Gin event dot x. If gin event dot x gin event dot y not equal to fake Linux dot raw chords 00. I don't like that, because then you need to know what the thing is, right? So we're gonna make the chords are 1 and 2, and then x and y are ints. X is x and y is y. Why? Because why? X and y are int. I don't know if we need that. If two values not equal to two values. Oh, I can't do it? I don't, like, tuples are just not a thing that is really Golang. If gin event.x not equal to 1, or gin event.y not equal to 2, fail the test. T.fatal. Hey, Steel. What is up with you? Welcome back. It's going. Yeah, we made a PR for Tattoy earlier today. Bit of a tweak to CI so that it's a bit easier to run things in forks. But it really boils down to, I did a lot of research about how GitHub Actions work so that I can make it work for me. You're about to start your third Go learning project, a CLI web scraper? Cool. Cool. Finds dead links within the domain. Handy. Dead links are just... they've always been there, and they've always been a pain point. So, yeah, a little tool to help people understand certain update didn't apply all the way, or this little bit here needs some attention. Sounds like a great tool. So, German X, German Y. Expected the raw chords to be 1, 2, got mod D. Bleh. Cursor X. Wait, there's an X and a Y? Oh, sorry. No, it's an X and a Y, not a cursor X, cursor Y. Yeah. Had me worried there. You just started learning Go a few days ago, a day before TypeScript rewrite got announced. Do you have any tips for a noob like you? I think you're doing the right thing, which is, jump in, get your feet wet on a real project. Certainly a project that you're going to use and maintain over time is going to give you more kind of value than, you know, writing a to-do app that you make but never use. I would say, Google is your friend. Don't worry about mistakes. That's part of the learning process. We're actually just starting potty training with my daughter, and one of the things we were told was like, mistakes are not bad. They are how we learn. You don't learn unless you're making mistakes, which is kind of deep, but yeah. So don't fear mistakes. Embrace them. And yeah, I think that's the only tips. I think that's pretty generic tips for learning things in software. But if you want anything specific in Go, there's some good standard library stuff for doing HTTP requests. They have like an HTTP client, and it's pretty battle hardened and standard. People will recognize it if they're looking at your code. Let's go find it. Need a web browser. I think it's just in the standard HTTP package. They have like a client object. Also, doing the Go, set up a shortcut in your web browser for searching the Go package database. Mine is Go, so I hit Go space, and then I can type in, some string to search on package Go dev. That's really handy. And then, yeah, so like the HTTP client is kind of the de facto way to make HTTP requests in Golang. Understanding the HTTP package and using it to its advantage is going to be really helpful, I think. Can I help you out with references or rather pointers? Don't really understand when to use them. You're well aware of NetHTTP used to make a backend stateless Sudoku solver API. Oh, awesome. Good. So yeah, you're ahead of my advice. But yeah, references or pointers. Now, when you say reference, do you mean like a C++ style reference or like a Java reference? At least in my head, Go doesn't have references per se. It has values and it has pointers. Unfortunately, the stuff is complicated enough that you really need to make the distinction between what a reference would be or a pointer would be. You mean, when do you pass a pointer to some struct? Okay, yeah. So, do you have background in C++ or C? Maybe even Rust? I don't have a background in Rust, but I think they make the distinction between values and stuff. Java. Okay, so yeah, in Java, most things are what they would call a reference type, right? So they're an object, or they're a value, and they inherit from object, and they're garbage collected, blah 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 blah. But there's also the native types, right? Like your ints, your bools, your what else is a native type in Java? The native types, right? So if you were to it's been a long time since I wrote Java, but public static final void main string array args. So yeah, if you have like, I mean, we need the class and stuff, but I'm not going to bother. You actually have a 1,200-page C++ book that you intended on going through someday. Yeah, it's tough to kind of bite the bullet and do that, but certainly if you had like public void foo int x, right? In here, we'll make it static. All right, fine. Class foo. I don't know if Java will complain about me doing it like this, but anyways, I'm going to do it like this. So if you did like foo.foo of v, and then we said int v is 42, x is equal to 17, it's system.out.println. Why do I still remember this? I haven't written Java for like 15 years. X. Would we have to do it like this, maybe? I don't know. You get my drift, though, right? This is going to print x is 17, but when you system.out.println v, this will print 42, right? You can get a man out of the Java, but you can't get the Java out of the man? Yeah. It's true. But yeah, so the int is like a native type, right? So when you pass it, it's passed by value. So modifying it here, like this is a different int than this v. Whereas if you had passed what's a good example? Not strings, because they're immutable, so it doesn't really make sense. And they're string pooled, so it even makes it more confusing. But if there was an object O, right, and I did a system.out.println O is new object. Oh, I need my semicolons. System.out.println O, and it's like O dot whatever you need to do to get the pointer or the identity of it, right? It would really have to be like a sign something. Blah 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 blah. Mutate this value. O dot get value. Oh, big I integer. Yeah. That's the thing. I dot. It's like a sign or something or whatever. I knew get value was a thing. So yeah, this will print 42, and then integer n is new integer of 17. And before and after dot get value. And then foo dot bar of n. Okay. This is the barring silly Java mistakes. This is the example to understand in Java, right? This v is 42. You pass it in. You can assign to a native value, but you can't change it per se. So really this is changing the copy of x, right? And similarly, if you were to say I is equal to new integer some 5s, this line will print the 5555555. So yeah, n before should print 17, right? We'll call foo bar of n. N, which is referring to a value, it's a reference to a value, will refer to the same value as I, right? So we've got two references really, I and n, two pointers to some value. And then when we say I dot, we dereference the pointer, we go and we change this to be 42. And so when we say I get value, I dereference the pointer to get value 42. Okay, so this will print 42. And then we reset this reference to a new integer, a second value. And this one has the 55555. 5 5s? Yeah. And so we print it it prints the 5 5s. But when we return, this n is still pointing at the first value. The first value which we overwrote with 42. So this will print 42. Do you follow that? Do you kind of agree with that? Is that headcanon to you? Or if you can understand this example, then we can really easily help you understand pointers in Go. You kind of understand? Yeah. You kind of get it that like sometimes when you pass things in, they might come out the other side different. Yeah. Okay, good. That's the hard part. So in Golang, we don't have references. We don't because new I will be a completely new object. Exactly. So in Golang, we don't have references. We have values, which is like the thing that a Java reference would point at. We have values, and we have pointers to the value. And so in Golang, func example, foo can be what's a good like toy object? Let's make our own. Type example struct, and it's got n. That's an int. And so let's not use type deduction just yet. Let's say that there's a variable called v, and it is of type ex struct. So v.n is a thing, and we can assign it 17. Funct printf. Let's do print line, because why not? That'll print 17, right? V dot. Now, if we were to like overwrite v is a value. It's a whole struct. So if we set it equal to something new, we have to set it equal to a whole new struct. So we have to instantiate a new struct, ex struct, where n is, say, 88, 77. And let's not worry that funct isn't imported, right? If we funct print line here, we'll get 77, right? We'll get, ex struct has n, which is 77. Might even do it like this, just to keep the output format. Don't worry about how do you print a struct. Just print a number. Print a number. So you're with me so far here, I think, right? We made a value called v. It gets the 0 initialized value, which is just 0 initialize all the fields. So this is just like a struct with a 0 in it. We overwrite that 0 with a 17. Then we overwrite the 17 and the kind of container for the 17 all in one go. So v pointer, we can say, is a pointer to an ex struct. If we print what that is right now, that will print nil, right? If we did this, v is a constructed value. It is a whole ex struct. It's the 0 value for the ex struct, so it's going to be like a little box with a 0 labeled n. That's fine. Here, the 0 value for any pointer type is nil, right? The like null in Java. So this will print nil. Now we can't do this. Let me just import funct so that we don't see that. But what does Golang complain about, right? Can't use exstruct. It's a value of type exstruct as pointer to exstruct value in assignment. You can't put a pointer to a thing. Pardon me. You can't put a thing in the spot of a pointer to a thing. You just can't. It doesn't make sense. So instead, you need to. This is a shorthand for take the address of this new value. So that should compile. This is my test failing, but don't worry about it. This compiles. Now, if you do vpointer dot n, what does this do? In Golang, the dot operator can dereference values, which is how it worked up here. It just looks inside the struct. Or it can dereference from pointers to values. So in C++, I know you said you had a book on C++, and you haven't learned it yet, but in C++, you could have like a char pointer, and you could have like a char C, and then if you were to assign, you could say C is equal to, well, I guess we ought to call them different names. C is equal to the space character. Here you would have to say dereference the pointer at C pointer is equal to X, let's say. So in C and C++, you really have to be explicit about dereferencing your pointers and such. In Golang, they were like, yeah, but you'd have to write the dereference operator everywhere. So whenever you do dot, don't worry about whether vpointer was a pointer to an object or an actual object. We'll just look inside because we know that's what you mean. And so this will yields 18. So this is just kind of like, how do you work with values? How do you work with pointers to values? I think your question was more about when you're defining a function, myfunc. If I'm going to take a value, do I want an ex struct or do I want a pointer to ex struct? Are you with me so far, Steele? Yeah, that's what you don't know. And we do want to cover this to make sure that you know this before I just jump to this, right? And so what does this look like? What kind of things can you do there that you can't do here? So in this function, you're going to be able to do the same things with the val object, right? Val.n, plus equals 20, or printf val n mod b new line val.n, right? You can do the same code here, but the difference is that this is a value, and really all functions in Go are passed by value. There's a caveat there, but in your head, every time you write a function in Go, it's really this case. You don't have access to this v from in here. You don't have access to what I pass in here. So at the end of callers to myfunc, don't see that n changed. We don't. Yeah, you think it just clicked? We don't have their n. We have a copy. And then here, callers to my... I might just go through the exercise so that it's in the VOD and other people seeing it later will be able to also follow it, but I'm glad it clicked. And it makes sense once it clicks, eh? But yeah, college to my other func, do see that n changed. We got a copy of the pointer to their struct. Dereferencing a copy of a pointer is going to hit the same value on each side, right? The same way if I had x is val, right? And x dot n plus equals 20, we'd see the value pass in got plus by 40. So the first function, which doesn't take the pointer, when you change some value like n, it will change the value for the copy of the val, exactly. But when I use it later on in some other function, it has no idea because it wasn't actually the same value. Exactly. Yeah. Pointer semantics and reference semantics are really powerful because it lets you do things like aliasing and stuff. And if you've learned C and C++, it will be so very painfully drilled into you as to how it works. Golang was written after they learned the lessons of C and C++ of like, people are going to be passing pointers and values around, and they're not going to want to care about whether it was a pointer or a value. We'll just let dot do the right thing for them, and then they don't have to worry about it. So the ergonomics of Go are a bit better, but the semantics, the how it works and why it works, and what to expect, is really rooted in that C world. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, certainly if you have other questions, feel free to stop by and ask. I love to go through this kind of stuff and help people like this. Yeah, my pleasure. I plan on recording some shorts and things about, like, if you're new to programming, how do you think about memory? If you're new to programming, what's a cache? If you've been programming for 20 years and you've never done C, what really is an array? That kind of stuff. And kind of doing like a bottom-up curriculum of how to do programming and computer science. I would love to have like a library of shorts that people can kind of doom scroll through to just accidentally get a CS degree. But I gotta actually start recording things. If you'd be interested in that, that would be cool to walk through. Yeah. If you'd be interested in that, I do have a YouTube. I'm on YouTube at not YouTube, not GitHub, YouTube. My videos. Yeah, I'm Caffeine Storm. In case you wanna, you already subbed. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. You might be one of my first subs. I have 8 subscribers. I'm on my way. But yeah, thanks, Steel. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any more questions, or if you have like a request for a video. Like if you want to figure out, okay, how does like a linked list actually work? That'd be a great video to make. And if it helps you, it's worth making. And I'm sure if it helps you, it'll help somebody else too. So, anyways, now I'm all excited. I don't know if you ever watched Robot Chicken, but there was an old Robot Chicken sketch that's like lives rent free in my head, burned into my brain. Oh, I don't think I can't just Google it out, but there's this Robot Chicken sketch It's basically the fever dream of some guy who is going to prison. He's a nerd, and he has this like fantasy that he'll teach all the convicts how to do like super important math and history, and wins them over. That came out when you were born. Maybe you did. Yeah, but he like he teaches these convicts, and one of the convicts is like, I love learning, and it's just like a real kind of what is it called when you put two things together that don't fit together for humor. But anyways, that scene is like burnt into my brain. I can't not think about it, and the whole like idea of having like a library of shorts to teach people. Like I feel like show it to them, and they'll love learning. You know what I mean? It turns out it was a fever dream, and the convicts end up like beating him up to death. But like, Robo Chicken's kind of a crazy show. At least when I used to watch it. But yeah, would recommend. Anyways, back to this. So yeah, cursor X won't be 0. It should be 42. We're gonna have to do this, and then UDT gets a new native key event with that stuff, and we got an invalid value 0. Oh yeah, we didn't give it a device or an index. Yeah. Oh, brew some tea. Be back in 2. Cool. Oh, I think I'm gonna get some tea as well. Need tea. We're back. Alrighty. So we're doing test-driven development. Kinda. we I'm looking at this test. If we were doing test-driven development properly, we would have written the test before we wrote the functionality to make it pass. I don't want to go back and just like arbitrarily break things just to do it right. I'm just going to make this test a nice test and the implementation a nice implementation, and then we'll move on. So testing that some zero value is a zero value is testing whether Golang can compile correctly. That's not the test I care about. Given a click at 42, 18, 12, given a click at, we might rename that, but in a little bit. Clear. Sorry, I'm back. Okay. Okay. So we're just going to return a Linux native key event with the X and the Y. Can't use... Oh. Yeah. You just tried to clear the chat. Yeah. I find myself typing in chat sometimes and like, why am I not seeing these keystrokes on my terminal? What is going on? Oh, speaking of keystrokes, I have a little overlay thing. I had to turn it off because I was typing my sudo password. But yeah, so now we're hitting a problem where the type in this struct is actually a cgo type. It's the c type int, c.int. But we can't really use c types in a test file. Like Golang doesn't like you doing it. Yeah. If you're interested in the keystrokes, I've got it linked in my one of my GitHub repos. I've got like a stream setup kind of repo. It's mostly somebody else's, but I've been hacking on it. I'm on Windows subsystem for Linux. Yeah. You don't stream, but it's just a web browser, or sorry, web plugin, I guess. JavaScript and HTML. You know who would watch me? I don't know either, but you're here, so welcome. Yeah. So I would love to do like a c.int of it, but we can't import C. I think. You got like 80 subs for uploading 3 videos of playing Dead by Daylight DVD with bro. Didn't expect that. Yeah, there's a lot of some people who are hungry for content. Is DVD Dead by Daylight? That's a game, right? People will truly watch anything. For better or for worse, yeah. For better or for worse. Yeah. So hold on here. So I don't know. so you're learning Go, but one of the things Go does well is interface with C code. So here we have key events. So this is actually C code. It was a good game until they added all those pay-to-win killers. Yeah, I think I watched a little bit of it back when it was kind of just coming out. Who was it? Sexy Hexy, I think. Also Canadian. Watched them play that. It was a very interesting kind of idea of like the asynchronous or asymmetric kind of battler, right? I am Canadian, yeah. You have some family there? Mm. Well, for now we're Canadian. If Trump gets his way, we won't be for long. I don't want to talk about that stuff, but it is kind of chillingly relevant. But yeah, so these are declared as ints in C code, and so in Golang, you have to call it like a c.int. Yeah, c.int. Okay, so yeah, use of cgo in a test is not supported. I didn't want to. I didn't want to add a whole bunch of accessors to this type, but I know what I can do. I can add a constructor that can build it for me. Probably the only place you would live on that whole America-Canada continent. So you can just use C in Go. That's very right. You certainly can use C in Go, and you can use Go in C. The kind of bindings are bidirectional, and I think they did a lot of work to make the tooling experience really nice for C Go. Like when I inherited this project, they had like make files and they had to like run GCC. Nowadays, it's just do this, and when I build my Go code, it'll look to see if it needs to build the C and C++, and just do it for me and link it, and it's just so it's like almost seamless. It's like scary easy to do. Linux.new native event. Native key event. Func new native key event. Well, let's call it event and then use refactoring to change the name. By the way, am I using Tmux? No, I'm using Screen, GNU Screen. And yes, it does. They would both work on Windows Subsystem for Linux. WSL is really good. Like if it's Linux, it should work. Unless you're getting into like the desktop stuff. The other day I was trying to get Tattoy to work, and it wants to use dbus to communicate with some like screenshot taker thing. That's broken right now. It's not working. But yeah, I wasn't sure about Windows Subsystem for Linux. Windows Subsystem for Linux, but I really like it because I want a game, so I need Windows, but I really don't want to develop on Windows. And now I don't have to. I think this is cursor X and cursor Y. And then now here it'll be like, oh, I need a cint, not an int. But in here we can do this. Right? Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, we should probably return it. So given a click at that coordinate, and then OS is, given in OS, given a mock OS. You really need Windows, but I really don't like it. Yeah. I still haven't bit the bullet and gone to Windows 11. I hear naught but horrors and gnashing of teeth. Every other Windows version just kind of sucks. The XP good, Vista bad. Next one pretty good. The other one bad. Oh, you gotta go? Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out. And for the follow and this stuff. See me in a bit if I'm still alive. Yeah, cool. 7 was fine. Yeah. No, they're batting 500. They're 50% success rate. But yeah, thanks so much for stopping by and for the follow and the sub on YouTube. Hopefully I can give you some content that is worth watching. Yeah, Windows 8. Yeah. Take care. So yeah, given a Mac OS. Well, why say OS? We should say Quartzer. Give it a mock Quartzer. I don't need to say given. I don't need to say that. Yeah. Okay. Why is my music off? I think it's just the end of this mix. Alright, so given a click at 42.18.12, give me a mock Quartzer, pass it into Linux glop to gin for that event. Yeah, and if the gin event X is not 1 and the gin event Y is not 2, something is bad. Now, we are going to panic or break because we got an invalid device to gin. Pardon me. We got an invalid device index or device type. And that's really true because here we're returning a native key event. But if we look at what we're doing, we need to know what the which device and which index for it. So we'll make that new native event, X and Y, and then we'll just take it in this. It's kind of like a constructor. But yeah. What are we taking? The device? What type is it? C type short. So what's it called? It's got a device. It's got a index. Now this index is the key index, not the device index. right? No. We're using index for both. That's wrong. What did it used to be? Git show origin name US Linux Go. We used to use the... Oh, yeah. Okay. So, glob event.device was the device index. So the index is the key index, and the device is the type of device. But we don't have the device index. So I think what they're trying to do is support multiple instances of the same type of device. So like if you had two people sitting next to each other, each with controllers, they'd both be of type controller. They'd both have the same kind of key indexes, but they would have different device indexes, so you can tell whether it was player 1 hitting a button or player 2 hitting a button. I don't know if their native struct has such a distinction. And if we're going to reference these things, hang on a minute. I renamed cursor X to be capital so that it would be exported when we got to GoLand. Is it because I need to reference it in the test? But I don't need to reference it in the test anymore. Because I don't need to initialize it, because I'm doing it in... No. Okay, so what's happening is I'm realizing I renamed little cursor underscore X to big C cursor to make sure it's exported, but I don't need to because we're in the same package. We're in the same package when we're referencing the C code. And I don't need to reference that field from the test. Oh, hi Melvy. What am I making? I'm making a game. It's called Haunts, the Man's Macabre. It doesn't work. This is further than anybody thought it would get. But basically, this is an old Kickstarter project that got abandoned like 12 years ago. And the last we heard about it was, we can't even make it compile, so it's never going to happen. And I was like, can't even make a compile, eh? So I made a compile, and we have this. And we're slowly but surely making progress. Right now, the mouse doesn't work, because I had to disable it to get it to compile it. So I'm trying to work on getting the mouse back. Does that make sense? If you want to know more about the game itself, there's a Kickstarter for it. I'll just link you the how I found about it. So I was on Reddit one day and saw this post, and here we are. But yeah, it's like a turn-based strategy. It's like shtick, was that it was going to use Golang, which was, at the time, the new kid on the block. It wasn't even 1.0 yet, so it was harder for them to do it. The tooling just wasn't there. They didn't have any way to pin their dependencies. They didn't have any way to manage them, and it just kind of like became too hard to manage, and then it fell apart, unfortunately. So what am I doing? I'm doing. This needs the device in the index. Index is 0. Device is c.glop device mouse. Okay, so I need to think about how am I gonna do this change. So right now I'm looking at my diff and I don't need this change, so I'm gonna revert it. So I'm going to switch big C cursor X for what it used to be, cursor X globally. And I'm going to do the same thing for the Y. And then I'm going to do it in the header file too. I'm going to run the test again. We're calling it cursor X over here now, which is bad. So I'm going to change cursor X to cursor X and cursor Y to cursor Y. I'm going to restart my completer engine. Okay, we've undone that change. That's good. So let's look at the diff now. So input.go. Now OS events have an X and a Y. Keyboard events get device keyboard. Button gets device mouse. Motion gets device mouse. Motion, device mouse. There exists a device mouse enum. So we have a little helper for getting a raw C short and returning kind of like a more strongly typed enum, and validating that we're not returning or that we're not getting junk. We have this for ergonomics. Otherwise, we can't really reference this type in our tests. Also, Malvi, did I explain your question? You asked me what I was making. Did it? I didn't check in to make sure that it made sense what I said. Like I've been staring at this project for the last few months, right? So it all just makes sense to me, but might not be sensible to hear. But yeah, so we have this constructor so that we can actually use instances of this in the test, or at least get a handle to one in the test. I do want to pass in the device type. Device type. Chin.device type. Or new native mouse event. Right? Why pass in a thing to set it when you can know that you want mouse? Okay. Get rid of this. That was just for helping explain things. So yeah, now we have an interface for what glop2gin needs to do. Yeah. We actually pass an X and a Y now. Yay. And we know that glop2gin on this event, using a mock getting the coords thing, actually runs, and we get an event out, and yay! Let's make sure it's a mouse event. Gin event dot device. How do? What is it you say you do here? Key ID. Yeah, okay. So what kind of key is it, and what kind of device type? Device type mouse? T.fatal F. Click event should be attributed to a mouse. We didn't import gin? I guess not. Awesome. Green tests, happy life. We don't need Fujava. We will add Linux test. Oh yeah, we need to fix this. And I was thinking about what was it on main, and it was we were using the native event index for the key index, and using the native event device for the device index. But we were just assuming that it was always a keyboard event. We don't want to do that. Yeah, so this should be like glop device to gin device. It should be like that. Like, let's get real. Our struct here, there's two indices. There's the key index, and then there's the device index. Device is device type, and they just don't have a concept of multiple devices of the same type. So this device is really a device type. Right? What did I just call it? Yeah. And then this is just device. Let's call it device index. I think just my completer needs to re-realize what the C code says. So this is a device type. And then device index is not defined. Yeah. We're going to assume 0 for now. Yeah. We don't need to put the multi-device support change in with the just make it work change. At least not the same commit. Yeah. Okay. So pipe the x and y coordinates through to the Golang side and improve naming and readability and modularity and all the things. All the things are improved. But yeah. Pardon me. We should do that. Now, mock Gewurzer. Is it a mock or is it a stub? Yep. There's it's a bit of hair splitting as to whether it's a mock or a stub or a fake or a or a double, but at least in terms of the verbiage I'm used to and the verbiage that a lot of people are used to, this is more of a stub. It's just like a silly implementation that fulfills the interface but doesn't really have any smarts to it. Yeah. We could do something like expected x, expected y is like 1, 2, and then expected x, but I don't wanna. I don't want to. That's a good thing to add into this patch. If my fingers will do it for me. Thank you. I must be getting tired or something. So were we just not setting device before? We weren't setting device before. Okay. Oh, pardon me. Can't stop yawning now. And I can't get past this diff. Device to device type. Yeah. We should make this work. Now, we keep saying glop to this and glop event. We should call it native this, native that, because that's the proper distinction. The whole library is glop, not just the native code. But that is a rename that we can do later. This is a test that converting a native event propagates the mouse X and Y. Test, make sure it's a feature. Make sure mouse chords are propagated from native events to gin events. We really didn't do test-driven development there. Let's be real. Let's be real. Okay. So this is really like native to gin. Where else do we see glop? This is test native to gin. The funny thing is that there's a framework in Golang called gin. Is it Google internal? I forgot. Golang gin. No, it's just something that gets used inside Google. But yeah, it's like a de facto web framework. I think they named it that. It looks because there's a Martini framework that they're modeled after. Always fun with naming. I guess there's no Vermouth framework, right? Like, or maybe there was a Vermouth feature that they removed from Martini to make gin. Okay, so where else do we see glop? Just there, good. And then where else do we see glop? There, that's fine. Yes, glop, yes. Let's get a native device to gin device. The things in CLand probably should be prefixed with glop. I really wish there was a Golang this func format directive. There's not, right? Golang format directive format Golang format verb for this func. For current function. Golang equivalent of func. (2015). You're correct. but I don't want to have to import a package where my helper's defined and with color frame, blah blah blah. There's not an easy one. It's not just like a flumped verb. That's in my to-dos, isn't it? Yeah. sprintf mod h could use func formatter to print the current function name, maybe even line info. And if we dot imported it, the name would be in scope. Let me write that down. If we dot path to package, path to common util package. Here can be in scope automatically. Food for thought. Okay, we were working on renaming for clarity. Yep. Glop event. It's a native event. Sorry, c dot struct glop key event. How do I count? There's not that many. Let's leave it as is because we're calling C things. Glop get mouse position. That would have made me upset. Do we even use mouse position? Get cursor position for that matter? Yes, we do. But not in glob. Let's not. How do we get this already? When we get input events, we are block getting input events. This is just like a swap from a buffer that we've already allocated. This is like the X definition. Yeah. Da, da, da. Getting the current cursor position is not a thing that we care about because we only see input events, and the time at which the input event is when we need to understand where the cursor position is. Yeah. Okay, so Linux cursor pause. We need to find the interface to do. We should remove this. All of the maybe I'll add to the to-do. We might be able to just remove this. Nobody calls it, and we just process OS events anyways. They need the cursor position as of their creation, not some arbitrary time later. Where would you need to, I guess, unless you're tracking mouse moves and like issuing events for mouse moves, you can't reliably query the position of the cursor less there was a click. Okay. So this is for hover effects. This is stubbed out in the native code right now. But since nobody is using it, that's okay. This is probably only going to get used once we try to make a hover effect. Affect? Effect. I think effect. Oops. Let's add that as its own thing. Docs. Get cursor pause might be redundant. And then this is just renaming prefer native event to glop event. Refactor. Prefer native events to glop events. This is a refactor. Tester still testing, I imagine. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Okay. I should probably eat something too. Forgot to eat lunch. Ugh. Hold on. Such a terrible tearing job. It's terrible. Get it? what are we doing? We're finishing tea. Gonna have a bit of granola to eat. And we're working on making sure most things mouse. What else do I want to change? This used to always be 0 anyways. That being said, it's probably not too hard to add a field. Does an X event have like a device ID? Quite possibly. Let's look. Let's see what we can see. Multiplanar X functionality. This might be a problem with. Does this have dark mode on too? Yeah. Anyways, I guess there's that. Okay. Depending on the type. hold on, like, okay, these are like the common things: window, root, subwindow, timing, key code. Maybe I just need to search for X, distinguish between multiple input devices. Okay. Xlib. Distinguish events from different devices. Yeah. Yep. How'd they not call it Excalibur? Okay. We need to do X input stuff. Where's Cookie? Defined. Or declared. So ev.xCookie. That's event.xCookie. Okay. Select events. X input all devices. So there's a device ID in each of the infos. Okay, so what does this mean? This means we would need to deal with a new way of getting input, right? Seems like a pain in the butt. do want to panic there. I mean, Oh, welcome back, Skill. Do I have any experience with conform nbim? I do not. I think for Golang, the gold standard is GoFumt. You can run, it's like an auto format plugin, yeah. If it supports running external commands, you just do this. GoFumt this package and all of its descendants. That is the canonical Go formatter. It's built into the the Go language, the Go system tooling or stuff, which I think is really helpful because no matter who downloads Go, they don't have to choose which formatter. They just use GoFumt. There are projects that try to be more opinionated than GoFumt, but honestly, don't worry about it. Just yeah, I would really recommend GoFumt. Simplifies your tooling experience, simplifies any kind of like semantic arguments about which formatter to use. Like, oh, don't use that one; it does this. Oh, don't. Oh, I like this one because it does that. No, this is the standard, and everything it doesn't address is really just a nitpick that you can layer on if you like, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, GoFumt for the win. Does that make sense? Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, good. But yeah, if you want to experiment with other formatters, just find what works for you. What was I doing? Story of my life. What was I doing? Yeah, I was considering about. Right now, this isn't getting called. I want to make sure we don't think it's working. So the literal command is go fumt and then a package kind of selector. I think GoFumt is also a tool that's reading from standard input. But I think they should do the same thing. Oh. There you go. You have Go please, but that's just LSP. Right. Conform nbim. Let's take a look. Yeah, so you should be able to just say command is equal to GoFumt. Like, Yeah, good, good, good. Yeah, so I was also looking at how do we distinguish different device types. Sorry, device is of the same type, right? Like if you've got two keyboards plugged in and you're playing multiplayer locally, uh, how do we represent that? And you know what? We're not going to right now because who sits with each other? I'm joking. Like, it's just not important for now. Yeah. Set up auto imports. I think that would be through your language server protocol. The way I do it is I have I call a completer called uCompleteMe, and it talks to Go Please. Uh, so there might be something built in for NVim to talk to language servers, but um, my thing is like an organize imports kind of call. Okay, so the tests are testing. The events are coming back. Pardon me. The events are properly being munged. When we actually get a native event, when somebody actually clicks the mouse, do we get the event? Perhaps the best way to do that is to test it inside of Haunts itself. Let's push glop. Let's make update glop. This is really not the structure that's going to be helpful. So I'm going to blow away this change here. Let's run the tests. So now we're in Haunts, not in glop. Glop is like a library purpose built for Haunts. Cool. So let's do that, and then commit them to update glop. Okay, so we have an input thinger, right? Make. Let's set the logger to logging.debug logger. Well, we don't want to take a slogger. Back to glop. Input.go slog. Why slog when we can glog? So, logging in Go might be a rough edge that I don't care for. Seems like GoLSP doesn't support auto import. Oh. I wonder what my thing's doing. You got comp mapping config selection bind to CY, but it doesn't work. I guess I'm not familiar enough with I'm using a completer which is called uCompleteMe, and it internally uses Go Please, it seems. Now, presumably, I guess I thought that it would have done import fix-ups, but maybe it's YCM itself. So when I do whoa, hey, set and set map, set and memory map. But I can type. It's fine. When I do leader big F, I do YCM completer fix it. Is there a help? I guess I'm not sure exactly what that would call out to. It's just always worked for me, so I haven't bothered. Well, we can see. Does go please do auto imports? So presumably it does. You just need to find out how to teach it. I'm not exactly sure the best way to help with that. I find like tooling is very custom and specific, but I'm happy to rubber duck it for you. So if you want to just kind of explain the problem as you see it to me, that sometimes helps oneself organize their thoughts and understand things better. Are you familiar with the rubber ducking as a verb? Yeah, so rubber ducking is rubber duck debugging. The idea is like there's this phenomenon where when you're stuck on a problem and you go to try to get somebody's help and you try to start to explain it to them, it very often leads you to realize what the solution is. And it's like, turns out that by forcing yourself to come up with an explanation for the problem that you are facing, you better understand the problem, and it makes your brain figure it out. And so you don't actually need a human to speak at if all you're actually doing is speaking. So people get like a little rubber duck and they explain their problem to the little rubber duck. It's like, okay, ducky, my code's not compiling. I'm seeing, oh yeah, there's an error over here because, yeah, okay, thank you, duck. So I can be your rubber duck if you want. The problem is you don't understand NVim at all. Oh, I think one thing I would recommend is don't try to learn Vim and NVim as you're trying to learn Golang. Apply, try to learn NVim on a language and a tooling infrastructure space that you're already familiar with. I use Vim, and if it works in Vim, it should work in NVim, but if it works in NVim, it might not necessarily work in Vim. So I might be able to help mostly, but you just want to set this up so you can do Go, yeah. Alright, let's see. NVim setup for Golang programming. Kickstarter, you said? Kickstart? Video. This is all Greek to me. For what it's worth, I do have my dot files uploaded. So if you go to GitHub caffeine storm dot files, my Vim config is here. I have loaded it with nvim at some point, hence the initVim soft link, but the kind of meat of the Go setup would be in plugin, would be in bundle. Be in somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, bundle. Vim bundle. This you can try to set it up like this, but your mileage may vary. I'd certainly be a lot more helpful debugging my dot files than I would kind of that kickstart config. That being said, the internet's going to be a lot more helpful for your kickstart config. I would recommend using other stuff, not mine, but yeah. If you just want to code, you're gonna go play with it? Yeah, okay. Figure something out, yeah. Good luck. If you are hitting a weird problem, like I said, feel free to use me as a rubber duck. Try to explain it to me, and then that might help. But yeah, good luck. Log logger, yeah. So input shouldn't use a slog logger, it should use a glog logger. Yeah, I was about to talk about how I don't like the standard logging on Golang. I think I'm just used to like Python logging, and it's corrupted my brain. But yeah, so this should just be a glog logger. Hey, look at that. Where else do we use slog? We don't need this, because I did it already. Attribution. Where did I do that? Add source, that's it. So if somebody passes in a glog logger, it'll have it already set. So we don't need to do this. We just say input.logger dot let's call it trace, because if we don't, we'll be upset. Okay, so trace input trace. Get out of here. Logox. Logox. So glogops is the address of a glog.opt, and the options as an output. os.stood out. Why not? Do not add source will default to false, and so it should add it. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need that import. Look at that. Oh, the beauty of test-driven development is that you end up with a foundation of tests that, if they work, you're pretty happy. Like, you've tested the things you care about, so if all the tests pass, all the things you care about are working. Case in point, I have tests for, like, we see source attribution in the outputs, I think. I thought. Yes, I do. You know, info messages should contain a source file and line number. And they did before this change, and they do after this change. So this is just a straight up safe refactor. I love it. Oh, I love learning. It's a little throwback for you. Refactor, prefer to take a logger, or a slog logger in interface. Oh, you figured it out? Good. What was like the what was the issue? You made it so that when it auto completes something, like when it's formatting, then it auto imports rather than on saving. Unsave didn't work for some reason, but format did. Yeah, sometimes weird things like that happen. Like it would have to rewrite it just before it saves it or something, but if you like saved it and then ran the change, or would your buffer update? I don't know. I don't know. Not important. Hopefully you can go play now. Have fun. Hey, look at that. So use a debug logger, not a use the debug logger, not a random discard logger. Feature use debug logger for input tracing instead of having to edit the prefer to use logging helpers to over hand rolling a slog logger. That's why I made the change. If people want to know what the change is, they can look at the diff, the patch. But why I changed it is I prefer to use logging helpers over the hand rolling. Yeah. Okay, so did we get stuff in the log? We need to set trace level logging. What is this? As of Go 120, there is no reason to call seed with a random value. Oh, yeah. We're calling it with 100. Programs that call seed with a known value to get a specific sequence of results should use new source seed to obtain a local random generator. Okay. Let's fix that. I already forget what it asked me to do. Just call new source seed. I see. Well, that's not right. So we do use random number generators. This is a to-do, not a what I care about right now. Rand. Rand.seed 100 in main.go. It's there for testing. We want the same sequence of randoms for reproducibility. But that form of seeding is bad. It couples to module or package level state and should be replaced with rng is rand.new of rand.new source 100. Then pipe rng everywhere. But I can't be bothered right now. Eh. So then why did you expand it? Eh. Not gonna worry about it. Did you mention plant.seed warning? Okay. We need to trace logger is logging dot trace logger. We just do that and then it should go. What are you even logging in the trace stuff? I don't even know. We're looking for like input.trace. Oh, yeah. Logging.set logging level. Log.trace trace. Input.go line 273. We want the. Okay, so this is a bug in the tests. Logging. It's a glog test. So I guess they do contain a source and the problem is that we need to look up another directory, or sorry, another layer in the call stack. How do we do that? We can set an option that goes up again. So like the problem right now is that we're getting source attributions of where we're calling logger.trace, which is usually what you want, except this happens to be in a helper function called trace, because sometimes the logger is nil when we don't want to log things. Maybe the thing to do is always have a logger and discard. No. Eh. Mm. Eh. Mm. Okay. We want good logging helpers. A good logging helper should support attributing the log message to frames that are further up the stack than the literal call location. That's not the default. Like, we don't want to make the default that higher level in the stack, but we want to support having helper functions that exist to delegate the tracing. The other thing we could do instead is, instead of having the logger we get, we say we wrap it with a check for nil kind of thing, and then instead of calling our helper that does the if trace, if logger not nil, like this helper only exists to do this common check, so we don't have to repeat this check everywhere. But if we just said, instead of calling dot trace everywhere, we said input dot logger dot trace. And the logger wasn't so much a log logger as a nillable logger. And a nillable logger embeds a glog logger, so it can be used as a glog logger, but has an extra function what did I call it? Just trace? Yeah. I guess this helper would then be on the stack, right? So really we just say you get the big T trace that the interface requires. Log logger can trace with a message and a slice of any. So a nillable logger can trace with a message, which is a string, and then a args, which is a slice of interface, the empty interface. So you see everyone using Kali for scraping and Go. Is that cheating if I allow myself to just use a framework? It depends on the objective of your exercise, right? If you're trying to learn about HTTP conversations and dealing with redirects and timeouts and crazy headers or something, then yeah, no, it makes sense to do like your raw HTTP client stuff. If you're more interested in having a thing that you built with Go, using a framework isn't bad. The risk you run is learning the framework without learning too much about the language. So it depends on your objective. If your objective is to have a scraper, use the framework. If your objective is to learn Go, maybe try with the framework, and if you spend your time on the framework and not on the language, then go back to std libraries. The basics of how I would scrape a site. Well, so the first thing I do is come up with like a human space. What would a human do if they had to do it, right? So they'd like open a web browser, they'd navigate to a URL, and they'd start clicking links and see if they're 404 or not. Okay, how do you translate that into something a machine can do? Okay, so instead of opening a web browser, you have an HTTP client. And instead of me typing in a URL or getting redirected to a link, I would use that HTTP client to fetch the page. Let's write this. So human, go to URL, look for links on page in web browser. For each link I find, click link. Did it 404? Yes. Dead link. No. Live link. And you know, maybe like record it in a list and skip it. Then for a computer, how would you do it? You would make a client. Yeah, look for 400 and 500. Yeah. Get it. Error. Make a client. Fetch URL through client. Parse the DOM, right? Assuming it's a web page. And then walk DOM for anchor tags. For each anchor tag in walk of the DOM. Fetch target of anchor. If did it error? Dead link. That's how I would do it. Maybe there's a better way to do it. But that'll probably get you going. You'll probably learn a lot just trying to get this going. Yeah, you could write your own like raw parser. There's certainly going to be libraries for here's a slice of bytes, give me back a object model of the document, a document object model, probably with the library. But yeah, again, it's this trade-off of like, do you want to do the raw little fiddly bits, or do you want to just kind of learn Golang at a higher level? I don't know if there's a standard library, but just make a struct for every HTML type you need. Yep. And just compare and see if it's the same struct. Yeah. I think a practical thing to learn when learning a new language is also learning where to look for the libraries and tools and how to plug into the ecosystem that exists. So like getting familiar with package go dev, getting familiar with the playground, wherever it is. Playground. I just searched for it because, but knowing that this exists and that you can go there to try stuff. Knowing that this exists and that you can search and it'll point you to things in the standard library and on GitHub. That's part of the process of learning and like becoming proficient with, I'd say like a stack, like a tech stack. So, you come up with a question like this, maybe with the library. Maybe you should see if you can find a list of libraries that would offer this for you and see if you can do a bit of a analysis as to you like this, you don't like that, this is not going to work, this would work, that kind of thing. You're trying to make as much as you can. You want to limit it to standard Go libraries. Yeah. So again, that's probably a better way to learn like the language, but to learn the tech stack, I would counsel that understanding the tooling and the kind of space, the community, is part of getting better at that tech stack. If you just want to learn Golang, definitely just standard library stuff. Makes a lot of sense. And if you're only used to Java, you'll look at this and be like, what? You can dispatch on the nil value. It might blow your mind. It might make you barf, but it makes a lot of sense if you think about like what's actually happening in the compiled code. But we would still need to call into the thing. What we'll do is we'll say this is a void logger, and do I have a void logger helper log? And when we call it, we do nothing. And when we want to trace, we just call logger trace. Logger.trace. Trace. And then this one goes away. And then when we say logger is equal to something, if logger is nil, input logger is, we have a void logger, right? Clog. If we don't, I want one. Void logger. Cool. This is the wrong shell. Oh, input.logger.trace. Where else? Look at that. Such good testing. -m. what am I doing here? This is a feature. Make gin input logging report the calling function, not a helper. It's a refactor because I didn't add a red test and I didn't green a red test. I just changed things. Okay, let's push that. We'll update glop again and then re-amend the commit that does the updating of glop. We're still on the one I think we are, right? No, we're not. It's a good thing I checked that. Git log. Git commit -m whip squash this. Git add dot git commit -m whip keep this. Squash. I want to rebase that. Well, actually, this. Rebase interactive there. So this one can go here and get squashed. Hooray! Wait, what? What's on whip? Wait. Who are you and what did you do? Who is your daddy and what does he do? I think we already merged the change we care about for that. Git branch. Yeah, and then let's reset thusly. Tests are testing. Happy days. Logs are logging. Good. Okay. We fixed the bug. They call press key, get key, informed apps, press key, informed key. The thing they do every frame is called think. They do a lot of thinking. When I actually hit Control Q, they did some things. Okay. Do we log when click? Panic. Furniture tab crashed. Okay, fine. But what I really care about is, did we see any mouse stuffs? Press key. Avert your eyes. This is code I wish I could nuke. So add the event. Press key. In press key, let us trace how does this even work? Let's just log it and see what happens. So I have a way to run the application against the library that's on disk instead of the version of the library that's pinned. Do you have a way to kick it off from the makefile? Oh, make debug. Makes sense. Okay, so that's me pressing Q. Apparently quite a bit. Where did I click? No sell button. Release. Name me? I laugh to avoid crying. What are we looking at here? So first of all, I think that tracing on think is a bit overkill. But tracing on all the helpers makes sense. Let's try again. They They do have events for whenever you move the mouse. Interesting. But that's much more easy to understand output than what we had before. So we're not spammed by the thinking. It's thinking too much. 544 and 567. Oh yeah, these are like mutually recursive. Because reasons. Maybe if we squint harder. No. Looks like they had a listener. Is okay, so the GUI is what listens for things. Handle event group. A non-responder can do respond, returning 2 values. But embedded widget respond returns 1 bool. Wait, that's respond, not do respond. Because, you know, do respond and respond, those should be different. So a root widget is delegates to an embedded widget. The embedded widget. Embedded widget is an interface. Knows how to respond. Okay, sure. Okay. The root's embedded widget is a basic widget. Now I remember why I hated this. So now the embedded widget, which can respond, oh god. the embedded widget can respond because it knows how. A root widget delegates to a oh god, shoot me. Steel, if you're still here, don't abuse embedding like this. Don't do it. It makes people sad. Makes pandas sad. Sad pandas. Don't. Okay. Don't do this. Don't. Because every time I look at it, I just turn inside out. Okay. You found net HTML, which you can use to get types from HTML body? Cool. That sounds very useful. But yeah, so the root is a root widget that delegates to an embedded widget, which is assigned pointer to basic widget, which itself delegates to a core widget, which is just an interface. And that is set to a pointer to g.root. The root is oh. But I think what it boils down to is that the root, which is a root widget, delegates to an embedded widget. And because of that, root widget implements every interface that embedded widget implements, or declares for that matter. So a root widget knows how to respond. But it knows how to respond because it's going to delegate to whatever the embedded widget is. Okay, so when root widget is asked to respond, it's going to delegate to a basic widget. Now, a basic widget is itself going to delegate to a core widget. Basic widget can only do what basic widgets do, as well as what core widgets do. Now, a basic widget does know how to respond. So a basic widget will not delegate to the core widget to respond. Okay? So the root, when asked to respond, delegates to the embedded widget, which is a basic widget. So the basic widget responds. I'm going to have to go end the stream soon. But maybe before I do, we can walk this tangled mess of snakes. It's not a ball of worms, it's a ball of snakes. Because it's got fangs and venom. So when we call respond, we know that a basic widget has children, so we ask all the children to respond. First we call self do respond. This seems important. Hold on. Oh. Oh yeah, a key state. How could I forget about key state? Oy. Let's log this. Let's log that. We'll need to do it in not the build cache version of it, but GUI go. Okay. I'm printing it. Thumped printf. Lock hair. Mod D. Mod D. If I can't find this, we're in trouble. P.X, P.Y. I don't think we're setting the cursor. Ook. Yeah, I don't think we're setting the cursor. Okay, so Voodoo Mickey. This seems to be not happening when it seems it should be happening. Yeah. But yeah, if you can't tell already, my brain's kind of melting, and I've got other stuff to do, so I've got to call the stream here. Before I go, I am going to leave a little compile error to get my attention, and then I don't have to remember where I was. The compiler will tell me where I was. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Steele. Thanks for the follow and the following on YouTube and all that. Happy to have you. Happy to help. Happy to have you to bounce ideas off and explain and hear my rantings. But let's go see if we can raid somebody. If I do remember, I do try to raid before I leave. I usually try to raid. Oh, I usually try to raid someone in software and development. Let's raid Tom. I don't know if you were here earlier, Steele, or you came from Tom's chat, right? Let's go back. Let's see here.
Oh, Zellage. Is he the guy from Zellage? Pass log.
But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time. I think I'm rating.
Also, Zellage should be worth looking at as well. Clap parser, no.
Did I mess up the raid?
So importers. I guess Ratatouille then process import.
Hold on.
Splitter Latin. No, it doesn't.
Any Vegas fans out there? It's like a slot machine, right? And we have all of the names of the contestants.
Yeah, I've heard of
I don't have my.
Zellage.
I
Oh, not been there yet.
don't have
Zellage
my.
terminal workspace with batteries included. Pars. Pars or parser?
Who
Pars.
did we raid?
Nice. Download a pars name, pars text, pars layout,
We
and
raided somebody, no?
parser. Keyboard
Where am I?
parser.
Sorry, I think I screwed up the raid. But yeah, go check out Tom. He's
Event.
awesome.
Very good.
See ya.